Good morning. Move on in here? Yeah, okay, good. Oh, they added a search function to the dashboard? Oh, that's awesome. Hold on. Oh, awesome. I am so in for, yeah, and then it takes you straight there. Fuck yes, dude. I'm so into people just adding search bars to, like, particularly dense UI. Like, it usually gets, that kind of thing usually gets spared for, like, sites, like, site-wide things. But I think there's something really powerful to just adding one to, like, a particularly dense set of UI, especially something like the streamer dashboard, because there is so much to it. Yeah, it just helps a lot, because, like, a lot of times you can... Oh, shit, I didn't pull my septum out after I washed my face. There we go. Yeah, there can be a lot of situations where, like, even a really, like, well laid out UI, if it's particularly dense enough, it can be really hard to still navigate it without some help like that, or knowing all of the categories and stuff. And just being able to throw that in the search bar is wonderful. So, there was some foibles yesterday. I got particularly annoyed at part of the story. I haven't looked back at it just yet, because honestly, between, like, labbing and some other things I wanted to get done before the end of the day, I was pretty busy. Also, my package came, so, like, I'm happy about that. Came out actually, like, I swear, like, I went outside, it wasn't there, and I was cleaning around, like, the driveway and stuff like that, and I came back and it was. I don't know if I just didn't see it, or or it got delivered during that time, but, yeah, it's there now. And now I realize, I got some American-sized posters, which it turns out is a lot harder to find frames for in Australia. Who knew? All of our shit's usually, like, the A paper size, so, like, the ones I've got up here are all, I'm pretty sure they're all A4s, the two, Final Fantasy 14 posters behind me. The two posters I ended up getting were 18 by 24 inches, so, like, probably, like, double the size, double the height, double the width. But specifically 18 by 12, which is, like, a US standard paper size, instead of, like, a ISO standard paper size, which... America, why you gotta do this shit to me, man? It's alright, I found some frames. It's just gonna be, like, $10 more expensive than I was expecting. For each of them. Or per frame. Yes, so... to some degree, I think I was, like, quite incensed by what happened last stream. And I might dial back the intensity a little bit, but I feel like what I was saying, I still, like, mostly, oh, yeah, pretty much still agree with. I don't like how Jill's arc has gone, basically. her first character arc involved, like, a really triumphant moment. And then the rest of her has been her being kind of left out of most conversations. Even when, like, realistically the story knows she's there. Yeah, right, Clive? Her being jobbed out twice and, like, held as essentially a MacGuffin, like, a damsel in distress to keep, Clive motivated and/or, raise the stakes, potentially in some places. She just doesn't really get a W after that point. And it's always, like, she's struggling with her powers at best. Like, the most you could say is during that fight with the Fire Sprite, that she manages to hold the heat off a bit. But, like, I really still take a lot of issue with the Shiva versus Odin fight. I think it was very underthought through, undercooked. Because that still could have been cool. It's like, okay, we can't beat Odin. Surely we can make a cool action sequence where Shiva manages to hold off Odin enough. You can still get her injured a little bit, but, like, yeah. And then, like, when she ends up being missing, no one really says anything. And, like, one way you could interpret that is that it's a foregone conclusion that, of course, we all care about Jill being kidnapped, but going after the King of Waloed is a big deal. We need to be prepared for that. But, like, we talk so much about the motivation about going after the king that I have to wonder what the point of even taking Jill and, like, robbing her of an opportunity to really show off her powers really achieved. Because the answer just seems to be nothing. And it's a real letdown because, like, I feel like up until the end of her initial arc, it was really good. And she's a dominant. Like, dominants are really powerful. Even ones, I mean, there isn't any of them with, like, unconventional powers that don't have some, like, power behind them. But, like, I just don't feel like that ever got going, right? Or if that never got going, that we never really, like, actually examined, like, okay, we're post you, like, thinking you're a monster, are you still holding back? Like, there's a whole lot of ways you could read what is actually going on. But, and this is a thing I had to, like, wrestle with Dawn Trail. If the game is not going out of its way to talk toward an angle that it wants the player to read this from, it leaves the player to its own devices, right? And you can't then criticize people for reading it in a way that the game doesn't help you not read it in, if that makes sense. Like, if, you know, let's take action scenes as an example, right? There's a moment in Dawn Trail where everyone is standing around and someone, like, in some ways cheats because it's meant to be an honorable fight, and the result is someone dies. And a lot of people, I think, have rightly criticized, like, why the fuck are we all just standing there doing nothing while this happens? And it wouldn't take much to explain it, you know, like, the person who ends up, like, upholding, no, this is still an honorable duel, I don't care if he's cheating. Or, like, a threat from the person who is, an extra threat from the person who is cheating, like, don't interfere or I will XYZ. But it doesn't do any of that, right? It doesn't have a reiteration of, no, stay out of this. It doesn't have a reiteration of threats hanging above them, and it doesn't have anything else. So, even if I could read, like, oh yeah, there are some reasonable explanations for that, it would be a detriment to the story then that it doesn't go for an easy explanation or reiteration of why. Similarly, in 16, like, there are a lot of reasons Shiva should lose to Odin, right? Fucking Clive, Odin's semi-primed, by the way, not full prime, semi-prime, trounces Clive. So, like, yeah, Shiva is probably not going to stand up to that, right? Or not stand up to that as well. It's not kind of like, she doesn't have the raw power of Bahamut, or the land-shaking ability of Titan, right? Or the durability, evidently, of, like, Phoenix or Ifrit. But, like, that scene doesn't really showcase her powers. Because, yeah, I could believe that Odin would just cut through all of Shiva's ice. Is there a particular... Like, can Shiva make ice dense enough to hold Odin? Dunno. What would happen if she froze Odin himself? Dunno. And there's a lot of ways you can read of, like, well, yeah, Shiva was probably going to get defeated by Odin, and there's probably a reason why she didn't dodge the fucking beam coming at her. But the game doesn't give you one. So reading it just literally as is and not trying to bend the narrative's lack of explanation into an explanation doesn't save it. Like, you can't have the implications being that these people can't interfere in the battle in 14 without actually reiterating that, like, no, this still holds despite the clear cheating going on. Likewise, I can't sit here and, like, talk about the ways that Shiva was obviously going to lose or could not hold Odin off when or could not, like, escape and hold Odin off at the same time without the narrative actually establishing why that would make sense. And that's where I think it just falls apart, because even if all of these things may have a reasonable explanation, you have Barnabas talking to Jill about the explicit reason why, and it does not come up again. Like, it does not make sense. There are a lot of things that come up as like, oh, okay, so we have this opportunity to explain the thing that should explain why this is happening, and yet either the explanation doesn't make sense, we talk completely around Jill, or we don't talk about it at all. And none of those are satisfying. And it does it every single fucking time. Which just makes paying attention to the narrative and stuff like that really, trying to pay attention to the narrative and take it seriously, and that, like, takes a toll, because suddenly I'm kind of checked out. I don't know how seriously I should read and you know, this isn't without precedent. There's a lot of media where, like, someone will take an injury, for example, and it won't be clear whether they're dead. 14 has a fair few of these. When Y'shtola gets attacked in Stormblood, that looks pretty fucking deadly, but she's not dead, right? Likewise, and generally it's pretty, like, 14 at least establishes it's pretty clear when someone is actually dead, because it's given a lot of weight and moment, right? But there are still moments where it's like, wait, are they dead? But narrative rules would take you out of that immediately, so anyone who does sustain an injury that isn't given the weight is suddenly taken away, and honestly, that's a problem with some of 14's storytelling. Likewise here, every time something happens to Jill that should be weighty, or we discuss, like, Clive taking powers and stuff like that, and there's inconsistency throughout, I just go, like, I don't know what this means anymore. We were starting off with Clive taking people's powers as, like, robbing them of something, from Benedicta's point of view. Became a little unclear from Titan. We obviously didn't get that with, Ramu, for obvious reasons. We've yet to see what that's meant for Dion taking Bahamut, and we haven't yet seen what that does to Shiva. But there seems to be implications that, like, she can still fight. I'd be very surprised if she wasn't in the party anymore. But then that raises a question of, like, okay, if we're treating it with this much weight, it doesn't seem like it actually has that much weight when Benedicta can still turn into Garuda, when Hugo can still turn into Titan, and Shiva, and presumably Jill might be able to still use some of her ice powers. So, what is the weight or gravity of Clive taking her powers? Because I understand it from an emotional thing, in terms of, like, entrusting them, but, like, we're treating it as if this is a sacrifice. But if that doesn't actually end up in Jill being depowered, or defanged in some way, like, what was the point? And you could even go into it more of, like, well, you know, why doesn't Clive just immediately take every Dominant's power? Because fuck it, right? Like, it doesn't actually affect them all that much, evidently. But I would actually go down the road of, well, even if we wanted to talk about depowering Jill, what fucking success has she had with her powers? Like, the 2 times that this is her powers manifest while Clive is around, and not when she's fighting Titan, she's, like, trying to get everyone to safety, right? But in one circumstance, it's like, well, there's nothing really around them other than water, and, you know, it's whatever. In another circumstance, her ice is barely holding the fire back. And in another, she doesn't even save herself from Odin. So, like, narratively speaking, defanging Jill doesn't even have a point, because the narrative doesn't take Jill seriously enough to give her powers that matter. I'm not giving up on the narrative just yet, but generally speaking, I don't know. I don't know if it can recover from this. I feel like this might be the last important narrative moment Jill really has, passing on her powers to Clive. I don't know where we go from here, because that was effectively her second arc, and it's incredibly disappointing. And now that I don't even know if I can interpret her as defanged in terms of the narrative, because of everything I've specified before. But if it is the case that she is essentially defanged, is that just it? Like, Jill's done in terms of narrative importance now? Yeah. But at the very least, we did get some abilities in that. I did a little bit of labbing. I have changed some things up. And I'm hoping there will be an opportunity. Well, there's going to be an opportunity very soon. But I'm hoping I can show off the new burst window that I've got set up. Because I think it's pretty good. Sorry, 1 second. I just saw an internet blip. No, we're still seem to be fine. Wow, OBS is taking a lot of GPU. That's weird. Usually take that much. But yeah, anyway. Oh, I didn't take this off like I should have. There we go. So, before we do more story, we're gonna go do the S rank hunt, I think, just for a warm up. Well, I mean, the last S rank had a particularly large amount of health, so, or level compared to me.
Still alive, are you?
You know it.
One purse weighing you down. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
And we still have, like, a hell of a lot of, side quests to do, too. Yeah, goddamn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jesus. Yeah. So, let's...
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Let's go find this S rank. Or what region it's meant to be in. Velcroy. Right, this was in, Dalmekia. Right. So let's go there first. Go to the Dalamil Inn, pick up this quest, head north to the Velcroy Desert, and we'll go from there. But yeah. Yeah, the Shiva stuff, I actually kind of fuck with it. I think I end up preferring Shiva's dodge compared to Titan's block. Just because it's a bit more universally applicable, and, like, you can actually pair it with the Berserk Ring, where you regular precision dodge, and then you Shiva precision dodge, and, like, open up the enemy to a Magic Burst combo. It's actually pretty cool. And if you're fast enough, you can even do the setup I usually do when I use Garuda to pull someone down, and dash in, Garuda, the snatch against the big enemy that drives you up, Charge Blade, Helm Splitter, Charge Blade. Which, like, against enemies that aren't bosses, like, depletes, like, a lot of stagger. It's a pretty good combo to just kind of, like, melt stagger in that way. I don't know, I think it must be because of, like, the charge attacks and the heavy Helm Splitter being, like, pretty,
Take that, you naughty thief! And that! Stop it, Ren!
It must be because the heavy blows deal
Clive!
more and more stagger.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together.
Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them.
Hell yeah.
Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders. Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just over the horizon.
Oh.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach.
Oh, good.
They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws, and they grow more organized by the day.
But we'll fight them all off just like last time, no matter how many of them there are. Won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, we can overcome any challenge we choose to face. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Until the only way to overcome it might be to run for the hills. Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organization in the bud, by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause, and ensuring that they never do. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid once more?
How could I refuse?
Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul. He reminds me of you.
I'll go and speak with him.
What's the difference between a lord and a man?
A league of outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition.
I was gonna say.
Still in Dalamil, Victor?
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnis by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet again.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
He asked for my aid in putting down the bandits. And he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon at as many camps as we can. We can't give this league of theirs time to rally its forces.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me.
Alright. Is there a particular part of Velcroy I haven't been to? I don't think so. Could be, honestly, up here. But I need to come out the other side. Yeah, let me do the side quest first, then I'll... I could just end up fighting the Chimera on this side anyway, so... Actually, yeah, where would be... Yeah, let's...
Those ne'er-do-wells want to ban.
That's a slime. That is not a Chimera. Oh, right. Alright. Yeah, like, at the very least I can cover, the base overworld of this part of the map. I should be able to see the Chimera from a long way away if it's out in the open, so... I'm hoping just, like, walking around should cover me on this side at the very least. Unless it actually has a lair, but... yeah.
That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Torgal.
That's him. The one who killed Locke and Fingers. Take his head off.
Oh, god damn it. I didn't charge that up correctly. Ah, please. Ugh, don't groan like that, man. Come on.
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but... that's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalamil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
Alright. This is where, like, I think this is just a non-issue, but obviously the societal things are a little different here, and, like, come the fuck on, man. This is where some of the
Now everyone knows.
This is where some of the bearer shit gets really unbearable.
I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing. All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Bro, see, this is where I can't get on board with this, and it's just everyone is, like, cartoonishly awful. It's just like, bro, like, okay, there would absolutely, in a situation like this, there would absolutely be people who have this mindset, right? They're like, oh, bearer, bad, should be a slave. Fuck that guy, he lied to us about being one of us when he's not, right? But, like, the idea that your leader, the person who has been running this place for so long and has, like, helped you so much, could get turned on for a thing like that, and that being the prominent thing that gets displayed here is, like, stretching incredulity.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the townsfolk. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember who Lubor really is. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most impartial of interlocutors. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but we'll try.
And that is all I can ask of you.
Why are you taking the bearer's side, Victor? Are you one too?
You know I'm not. Just listen.
Fuck me,
Why
dude.
do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
You all along.
It's driving away our customers.
And we fell for it. We followed him. A bearer.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the League of Merchants.
Yep, still.
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. Like, this is obviously the point they're going for, but, like, the suspension of disbelief is, like, shattered, dude. Like, the outright hostility to which this is treated is real, but like I feel like they never make it feel like the people that are saying this are people. And it's not to give them like, it's not to like actually make you sympathize with the racists in this, but like it feels like they're always cartoonishly ratcheted up, and we're not grounding it in, like, real shit. Of, like, them starting to go through, like, a bunch of different stereotypes of bearers and things like that. And trying to justify their own... trying to justify their own reaction to this kind of thing. And you know, she does this a bit here, but, like... The fact that it's just immediately like, oh, but they're bearers, and bearers bad at every single point is just, yeah.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil, and they will thank you not to get involved.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in Lubor's ill-gotten gil, perhaps?
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. You'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
I would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, you say? And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Like, I'm a bit torn, because on one hand, like, I appreciate that getting into the muck of a situation like this. But, like, god damn, like, the whole town just turns on him immediately.
Why didn't he tell us?
What? What? Like, this is the bit I don't get, is like, oh wow, why would he possibly lie about being a bearer? I don't know, have a look at the entire fucking town! Like, fuck it, there's always, like, and with a story especially, you're always gonna want to have someone who represents, like, the reprehensible side of this situation, right? Like, whether or not you want to make it make it in the reasonable sense or make it cartoonish, like, you always want to show that side. But, like, for the people who are, like, really close with this person before that actually happens, like, I don't understand why people would be like, oh, but I don't get why he would, like, lie about being a bearer. Like, they don't enslave them! Like, come on! And, like, the thing with Victor, that's a bit I do actually appreciate, because, like, Lubor is making a rash decision, but what he believes is the right one, and he needs to look out for himself primarily, right? Like, if he is not alive, or not in a position that he can actually, like, unite people in the town, like, he, finds that he, like, he needs to reconsider his approach, right? And, you know, if staying in the town is going to cause more division, and he wants the town to stay together, I think it's silly, but laudable that he's like, okay, I will back off. This will galvanize them even more, and it will keep them safe for a time, at least. And, you know, short-sighted though that may be, I do get it, and the fact that Victor is there like, fuck, like, dude, no, you are abandoning the people you are protecting in this town to make sure that the people who are talking shit about you, who turn their backs on you immediately, are safe. What the fuck do you mean? And he's like, they're not gonna be safe if I'm here. They're not going to be safe either way, so the best thing I can do is make sure that they're at least, like, focusing outward and not looking in. Because, God forbid, the kids are still, like, talking about, oh, but he helped us and all that, and the adults are suddenly like, oh, so you're a bearer lover. Like, that I really do appreciate. The back and forth between Victor and Lubor is like, oh, that, like, you're in a shit situation, and the person being subject to it has one opinion, and the person who is trying to help that person has another, and they start, like, going at each other. Like, okay. Like, that bit I did like, but, like, everyone being like, oh, why would a bearer lie about being a bearer is just like, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Shut the fuck up. And not even, like, telling those characters to do it. Like, the narrative needs to shut the fuck up about that. Like, I don't know. I think that's very silly, personally. Alright. Nope. Now let's go find this fucking chimera. Hopefully it is over in this direction. I will look it up in case I do. I don't particularly find the, trying to find certain hunts particularly fun.
That'll do.
What? It's fucking really... Oh, there was another way through there. Ooh. No, let me... have to be out of combat to do that. Hello! Peter is sicky and pukey, so we are having extended bar time. Lovely. You just missed, Lubor getting found out as a bearer, and me being like, you people are ridiculous, and I hate you all. Like, okay, sorry for VOD watchers or anyone else, but I'm probably going to reiterate myself a little bit, so part of that quest I did like, where, Lubor and Victor actually fight about, like, what Lubor should do, and Victor kind of throws up his hands, is like, alright, fuck it, like, I don't care. Like, you abandoning this town seems like a really bad idea. You want to do that and just leave the kids to be, like, apparently abused by the people who think that throwing you out for being a bear is okay? Fuck it, okay, whatever. I don't know if this is the best use of my time. Like, I like that bit, right? But the bit where, like, you can hear just people being like, oh my god, why would Lubor lie about being a bearer? Are you fucking serious? What do you mean? And, like, you always get the couple of characters that are gonna be like, oh, well, you know, racist, blah, blah, blah. But even, like, his apprentices were like, why would he lie to us about that? Motherfucker, look around at what's happening now that he's been found out! Gee, I wonder why. Oh my... God damn it.
Stay down.
That is there, okay. Sorry, newest girl appeared back in chat and I was like, oh, right, that is okay, isn't it? Let's see. Do we see a chimera around here? I don't think I see a chimera around here. Well, it was more like Shiva's kit, and then I was like, oh, right, I should be able to air dodge with this. So yes, I do, as you could probably see, I do have a new set of abilities I'm working with. Okay, fuck it. I need to look up where this fucking... FF16 Chimera S rank. Oh, it's just on the western side of this map. Oh, okay. Can I just teleport? Oh, wait. No, it's probably better to go here. But yeah, like, I feel like that's where the whole, like, bearer themes and the fact that the game...
He cast a spell without a crystal. What other conclusion is there?
Wait, I can interact with these?
Well, this isn't at all foreboding.
Did I never examine one of these once it lit up? Oh my god. That's kind of nuts. But yeah, like, unfortunately this is where the game has, like... This is where the game has unfortunately primed me to, be like, oh yeah, they're over the top and blah, 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 and that actually plays against, them when they set up, other shit. Yeah, it's just not good. Oh, there it is. Let's delete that. Oh, right, I can't fucking change doing that.
Be safe.
Hey, bud. Gorgimera. Oh, Gorgon. Oh, that's good. I like that. Alright. Okay, level 45. Delta attack. Oh, Jesus. Don't like that. Alright, regular Chimera shit. That didn't count. Really? Nope. Get out of that shit. Oh, that was the wrong ability. Come on. Let me see that number, baby. Okay, getting there. Damn. Oh, shit. Okay.
Fine hand. Guess we're all ready.
Oh, no. Fuck. Wrong button. I thought I wasn't on Shiva. Oh, I didn't precise dodge it. God damn it. Oh. Ugh.
That's better.
Oh my god, bro. Oh. Oh no. Thank you, Torgal. Damn, that doesn't seem to have a precise dodge window for that. Come on! Oh, fuck. I didn't charge it. Oh, shit. Hold on. I need to hold up. I need to let this cool off. Woo! That was 54k before the Giga Flare went off. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I like to see.
Should have picked on someone your own size.
Fucker. And we got some Orichalcum. We need that. Yeah, okay, cool. We did it. Let's go to some more side quests. Yeah, there was a number I was hoping to hit there, but I don't think I didn't hit it as hard. I'm not actually sure why. Did I always do Did I always do Giga Flare last when I was labbing? I'm pretty sure I did.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with his quest to uncover Ultima's origins. Have you learned anything of note since last we spoke?
Little and less, I regret to report.
I see.
God, I love this voice
However,
actor.
We will not rest until the truth is known. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm for traces of Ultima's touch.
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far as Phoenix Gate.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets concealed within.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our number at work.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey is being conducted not far from here. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built around a fallen airship. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary findings, but if you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be honored to relate any discoveries they have made to you directly.
All right. I'll go and meet with them.
They will be most gratified, I am sure. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village after but a short walk.
Thank you. I will.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the Firebird's flames burn ever in your heart.
Alright, so where are we headed? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I definitely haven't been there before. Yeah, like, I was really surprised how much damage, the Ice Age Precision Strike actually added to that burst window. It's fucking crazy. The one thing I can't figure out is if there's, like, a sweet spot for the damage. One of the reasons I saw... One of the places I know I saw damage variance is when I did Ice Age very close to my lab target, as opposed to having backed up and doing it. So I don't know if there's, like, shotgunning, where, like, you can effectively have Ice Age hit someone multiple times if you position correctly. That sounds like a sweet sour spot situation. Yeah. Well, especially if you can shotgun it, where, like, multiple... because it has, like, AoE segments, so if you manage to overlap multiple segments over the one enemy, you obviously get a lot more damage. Yeah. I'd be curious to see if, like, there's a way I can switch it up to make sure I'm, like, hitting in the best way possible there. No, go away.
You deserve a rest.
Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't see many people about.
Oh no. You'll pay for this. May still be survivors.
Oh, video game. There's a spike there.
Whatever that thing is.
Oh, okay.
I'd say it's their leader. Too slow.
Ah.
Nice try.
Oh, god damn it. You're not getting me a second time, bitch! Didn't even get the full Giga Flare off in the burst window. Nice.
Should have stayed in the past.
These must be Cyril's colleagues.
Yeah.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins. A duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings in his stead.
I see. That is most kind. Pray, take them then, with our humble thanks. May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart, as it does in ours.
It's one thing to lay down your life for another, but for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Think no more of us, my lord. Only deliver our findings to the bearer of the burning quill.
Alrighty. What? God damn it. Just like FF14 for real. Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I collected your colleagues' preliminary findings. Here, take them.
A scroll containing the preliminary findings of the Undying's ill-starred venture into the ruins of Kretov, sealed with the wax imprint of a phoenix feather.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might aid you in your fight against Ultima.
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses in Kretov. Losses which could have been avoided, had the others not chosen to complete their work, instead of saving their friends. Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty, and should we die in discharging it, so be it.
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would be fruitful to argue. The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations, and your opinion of our methods, however earnest, is not like to change them. We live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order exists for that purpose, and that purpose alone.
Cyril, I know that you and your brethren answer only to Joshua, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve him. Please. For all our sakes.
I thank you for your advice, my lord. If you will permit me to respond, our faith in his grace, Joshua Rosfield, is absolute. And we of the Undying will do what we believe is right to fulfill our duty unto him. as first shield to the Phoenix, I am sure you understand what it means to do one's duty.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind. And it is my hope that we may continue to do our duty together.
Ooh. Ice Age cooldown by 1.5 seconds. Actually, I should check if I've got any redundant, accessories on now, since I changed stuff out. Oh, yeah. Close to the playthrough 1 level cap. Oh, really? Damn. Wait, are you, like, hard capped on that? Impulse damage, flare breath, Rhyme cooldown. Reduces Ice Age cooldown time by 1.5 seconds. What else have we got? Line tonic. Level 50 is the cap for playthrough 1. On New Game Plus, you can go to 100. Wind Up, Judgment Bolt, Raging Fists, Upheaval, Thunderstorm, upgrade Torgal, Strength Tonic, Upheaval, Thunderstorm, Lightning Rod. Yeah, which I already use. Ignition, not use Ignition anymore. Wind Up, Hard Drive area. Yeah, okay, just getting to stuff I don't use at all. Yeah, Flames of Rebirth into... We don't have a Giga Flare. Could upgrade the amount of damage. Like, Ice Age has a pretty short cooldown, which is why it only gets reduced by 1.2 seconds. Maybe I'll get Impulse damage. I do tend to spam Impulse a fair bit during combat, so it's probably a good place to go. Alright, Bocklad. I think we'll do this one and then we'll start looking at what the MSQ has in store. Well, I don't really want to, like, because I'm pretty sure we've at some point moved through the story and some side quests presumably become unavailable, but... No.
Crust of bread, anything. What's happened? The cards at the gate are right, old Benny.
Twin side's gone.
Clive. You'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing well.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just sent word that the contract should be signed very soon. But I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge undertaking moving this many bearers at once. You couldn't do me a quick favor, could you?
What is it this time? More wild beasts?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask El how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these supplies moved.
All right. I'll go and ask.
Thanks, Clive. I owe you one.
I'm sure this won't turn into a longer quest for you where you have to actually use your sword. I'm just asking you to ask someone a question.
Don't blame yourself, El. This is their fault, not yours.
I know, but...
No buts about it, all right?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
Ugh.
You had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And And we were so close.
Elle? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gate.
I mean, it wasn't...
I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting.
No, hold on.
You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready.
I didn't
You've
agree.
waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others.
Look,
someone needs to prepare.
I know I'm the bearer freer and all that, but like, you can't just... You... okay.
Oh, that's me, is it? Well,
but thou must.
Looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar then. And better not keep him. Though he's waiting.
Oh, shit. No, I... Okay. No shortcut there.
What I wouldn't give for a hot...
Thank you, newest girl.
When are they gonna let us through?
Ready, girl?
Ambrosia teleporting out of nowhere. Clash of my favorite band in all of Valisthea. True. Wait, that... Oh, I don't know why I read that out loud as The Clash and then thought, wait, what do you mean The Cure sang that song?
Be safe.
I legit don't know what went on in my brain just then. God.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the Consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves, and then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The Consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my interest. And with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
Not often you hear about bearers being treated as kings.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I.
Watch them be
But I only have
purchased by
myself to blame.
Uncle.
He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, the bearers are to be well treated. Which is something, at least. But they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are against them.
Fucking
They need
what?
help, and fast.
A dragon?
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just... make sure he's safe.
A fucking dragon? What do you mean?
Hold on, Theo.
Actually, hold on. This map's probably gonna be... abandoned fishing village. Yeah, alright.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
No, hold on. I think I might need to, yeah, down this way. Yeet.
Back to the stables, girl. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area's flooded with ether.
Oh no.
You just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Torgal, with me.
How fucking far downriver? God damn. Oh, good. Akashic.
Where are you, Theo? Damn it.
soldiers have already turned.
Oh, fucker.
I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me.
Oh, Akashic Dragon 2, let's go!
It's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. Too slow.
Oh, wrong button.
Too slow.
Well, that was goofy. Man, I'm apparently really bad at the precision dodge on that one. Oh. That's what I wanted to see.
Nice try.
Oh, god damn it. That's the one I wanted. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's the wrong... Okay. Sure. 113? No, I think it was 110. I think it was 110k. That's actually higher than I got in labbing, so I'm feeling pretty good about that one. Yeah, I think I hit about 107k during the lab. No.
You had me worried for...
Oh.
We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
Fuck.
Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo!
Why are you here? Do not, woman!
He's turned. And so will you.
Elle.
Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore. Wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer, in more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time. How much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken, and devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night, and the choice I made, and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to... I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people, save them. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be, bringing smiles to people's faces just like we always have, and to Theo's. Wherever he is. This is the life I have chosen. The life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own, to continue helping you however I can. Whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then. For Theodore.
Well, the MSQ may have some problems, but side quests continue to be fucking top notch. Alright, I need to get up, stretch, get some water. So when we come back, we'll wrap up the last two, I think, side quests that are still out, and we'll move back into MSQ territory. Oh boy. Yeah, absolutely. Almost spilt some water. But I'm back. Having not spilt water. That's weird. What? Oida. Dink my oida. Oh. There we go. Alright. 2 more side quests. You know, ordinarily I'd feel a little bit more like things were dragging in other games, but like the stories and the stuff that's happening in the side quests is like I like, especially with that Theo bit, like I can't not do them. It's some of the best shit in this game, honestly, besides the action. Yeah. Can you actually hear my PC going? I think that might be what that noise is. Because I'm seeing like my mic level go, and I didn't really know what that would have been. I can hear your PC, yeah, nice. Oh boy, it's struggling. Which like
The Dominion's all but done for.
There's only one other game that I feel like I get performance issues with right now, and that's like PoE. I haven't gotten to PoE 2 yet, and I hear there is some shit going on with the performance to that game.
Just gonna fall into line.
But
I don't trust this Duke. If we're not careful, he'll undo all the Dane's hard work.
I feel like that, like, the only game I've really had trouble, like, running at the moment that's, like, actually, like, current gen is this game. The side quests are, like, boring from a gameplay design perspective, very plain and MMO core, but goddamn, they cook on the narrative and world building in them. Yeah, exactly. And, yeah, like, I feel like the connective tissue between the narrative and the combat in the side quests is also pretty decent. It's just that, yeah, you're going, what are you going to do in the character action game for this quest? You're going to beat up a bunch of monsters, and then you're going to go back and talk to people. It's like, okay. And you might pick stuff off the ground. That's about it.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do?
There's not much gameplay outside of the combat.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold, a foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not.
Cool, I'll go stick a sword in him.
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrec. A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men. If it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation. Least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to His Eminence if you ask them. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well, will you try? You could hardly fare any worse than I did.
Also, so far, all of these side quests have been, like, good temperature checks on, like, all of the regions surrounding places. Like, the Fallen Ruins are still turning people into mincemeat. The Ether Floods are still continuing to be a threat. The people who are helping the bearers are starting to lose support. People are being outed as bearers and nothing is changing about their attitudes. Like, it really is spelling out that, like, you know, things might be looking a bit more like we have more goals on the MSQ side of things, but the rest of the continent is fucking suffering, dude.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I find this Duke of
And in
Oriflamme?
particular, people are turning on each other more than ever before.
Overseeing the troops, yes.
All right. Wish me luck. I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
It's not only control of the garrison, it's of Northreach. We already have a leader in the Dame.
I gotta hand it to whoever is, like, designing the town in between quests and stuff like that, because I feel like they always place a couple of NPCs on your road to quests like this. So even when you are doing the MMO thing of, okay, traipse along, like, you still get, like, a good read on, like, everyone else's, kind of mindset on this, outside of the main characters.
Halt. Oh, sorry about that. You're the Dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics.
Oh, good.
Wait here. I'll go and ask.
I'm sure that's a good sign.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison.
Hi,
The
Ryoji.
Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned.
See, I hear this and I read fascistic shit. That might be a little bit of a reach, but it's very clearly like, oh, I'm gonna gain the favor of, well, more authoritarian, I think. Less specifically fascism. But, like, all I hear when this guy is talking is, I'm going to get the people who can hold the citizenry to ransom on my side so that I can bleed them dry and make this place what I want it to be. Like, I need to get the soldiers on my side so that I have an armed force that will quell rebellion when I go and do the shit I want to do, which is not regarding any of the citizenry.
But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Yeah.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command.
And there it is.
If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will...
One time I told someone I used to be in the Air Force and they called me a soldier, but that's not the preferred pronoun of the Air Force. Yeah, no, as far as I understand, like, soldier would really, realistically only be used in the context of the army. Like, for the Navy, it'd be more sailor. Or, for, yeah, even, like, Navy soldier doesn't have the same ring to it. So, yeah, like, it...
Require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond...
Oh, sorry. More military dictatorship vibes to me. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, it's a shade of the, like... Oh, sorry, it's a more specific thing of the thing I was talking about, but you're absolutely right. Like... It's a leadership that is exclusively empowered by the military, and they are essentially the people who decide whether or not things are right or wrong, and not the citizenry. Which, yeah, like you get it like the literal second it's brought up. It's like, well, they'll just deal with it. All of the peasants will just deal with it. I don't see what the problem is.
Question. That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire.
Okay, but...
And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely.
Drag his ass.
Have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Get his ass.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later.
You seem to know each other. I'm gonna
revolt.
I
wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
One at a time now. There's enough for everyone.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Get his ass. Daughter, I'm assuming. Feel like that's probably a safe bet.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Doesn't matter. He's the only one who came.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Could be trouble again.
All right there. What is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
The Dominion's all but done for.
And it's lucky we stayed here.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Sell anything today?
As much as you, I'll wager.
Sell anything today?
The garrison salvaged
Job's
what
done.
they could from more, but
That grain won't last us through the winter, will it?
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
don't get me started. You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him.
True!
He thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses. He's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
And to think, I would be lying under a pile of rubble in Twinside.
Oh no, no, more through. Poor kiddo. Where am I gonna end up? Let's go this way and loop around.
And you're just gonna fall into line. What else can I do? I'm a soldier.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, he's made a lot of enemies coming in the way he did. I mean, look around us. You can see the state the realm's in. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
My brother in Christ, what the fuck?
Only control of the garrison he wants. It's the whole of Northrend.
What do you think happens when, like you're not...
Well, what do you think? What do I think? I think if we followed his lead, the town wouldn't stand a chance.
Alright, well, at least there's some disagreement there.
We already have a leader in the Dame.
One at a time now. There's enough for...
You.
Oh, cynical soldier.
You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame, but I've got a family to look after. That's where my loyalties lie, not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us the men and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't care how he does it.
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
Good.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
I'm sure. So you won't mind giving up some of your shit then?
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Like, it's rich coming from that perspective, because, like, bro, what are you giving up? Like, are you gonna be giving up shit at the end? Like, the reason that tariffs and stuff and taxes and that are, like, okay, at least in my mind, is that everyone contributes, and proportionally so. Not, like, flat for everyone, but, you know, you got more means, then you contribute more. Like, like, the whole point is to be able to communally pull things together, to be able to spend money collectively on things that are needed. Things for people who can't make it, and things to make sure people grow up with opportunity and shit like that. But, like, you can't just be like, okay, all the low earners, we take all of their gold, and then all the soldiers get paid pretty, and that's it. Easy.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth mentioning. They're staying put for now.
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. I know what I need to do now. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls, so I better go. Thanks again.
Oh, I've got to see this.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Ah, Clive. How did you fare? Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
His daughter chewed him out, I think. We might be good if he takes...
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and, Would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I mean, there was also those two who were just on the street that just said that, his plan's, like, dumb to some degree, but I guess we're not counting that too much.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that. What happened to your uniform?
Are you... Yeah.
I handed it in, along with my resignation.
Oh.
Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realize what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
We 2000 rep. Alright. Just one more quest to go. God damn, there were a lot of these. Holy shit. And they're pretty lengthy, too. Like, I respect him stepping away. I honestly, making a show of it for the soldiers and being like, yeah, this isn't what's good for the town. I'm gonna make sure I do what's good for the town. And I can't do that while I'm listening to this guy's orders, because XYZ. But it really just sounded like he went, yep, good luck, lads, I'm doing something else. Just like, honestly, I would have preferred, like, him making a big deal of it, but... And actually seeing that transpire, because, like, having the Duke be faced with the realization that, oh, the captain of the guard doesn't like what I'm doing. Okay. Well, I mean, that guy would be stubborn enough, but enough of the soldiers would probably, and guards would probably be like, oh, that,
Ah, Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
They do a couple more massive side quest dumps, I think. I can't remember how many batches there are, though. Yeah, like, there's probably more and more of these. And, like, I don't know if some of these are actually coming up specifically because, God damn it. I keep doing that. Specifically because we've already been doing a lot of the quests. But it wouldn't surprise me. As we go later into the game, obviously more and more stuff will go to shit, probably, and... Some of the older FF games, they imply that chocobo greens are weed. Really? Huh.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our own food.
The victuals Martha sends us are more than enough for me.
Steal that from the town still finding its feet.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
While chocobos adore Gisol greens, their human masters find them significantly less toothsome, turning to them only in times of hardship, most often after their faithful steeds have already added to the pot. Have already been added to the pot. Jesus.
These are Gazal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde.
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die fighting for their lives.
Oh, I meant me.
You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians.
Clive, they just got out of slavery. How well do you think they can fight?
Victory and defeat.
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them. My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for.
You tell him, Martha.
Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place.
Now, let's not browbeat the newly released slaves. Like, fucking...
Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them. And for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade, they're here.
I think we don't need to be worrying about glory, Wade. Jesus Christ, man.
We work together. Everyone playing their part. Each shielding the other that no man might fall. that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
Okay, thank you.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
Martha single-handedly takes out an entire strategic spot with a fry pan only.
The calm before the storm.
Hi, friends.
And here it comes. I will not let this village fall.
Fuckers. Oh, god damn it. How did I drop that? Oh, it's probably the bravery bit.
Farewell.
Got him.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield, change of plan.
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
I can take care of a fucking curl. I can't, take care of a village. Oh boy. Am I able to... No, it's probably not even worth teleporting.
Next one's mine. I might
I don't care about the Akashic. When do we get the freaking swords? I told you, you get a sword when you tell me who you are.
Alright.
I don't have a good Chief Wiggum. I don't think I've ever tried to do Chief Wiggum's voice now that I think about it.
There it is. With me, Torgal.
Oh, that's very dead. Holy shit. Ooh. Mashed into paste.
All right. Back to Eastpool.
To be fair, I'm like 7 levels above that. I don't know how much leveling actually plays in it. Attack damage doesn't seem to go up that much during levels, but I don't know how the relative scaling and shit works, so...
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
Dead.
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
no. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too, and I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same.
Is it?
I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support?
Do you call people from Liverpool
I've been
Liverpudlians?
counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes?
God, that was a while
How could
ago.
I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
Oh. Okay, nothing to say. Cool. Didn't want to teleport and miss dialogue there. I forgot this place was called the Golden Stables and not just Martha's Rest.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
We really need that camera change before the... Yeah, okay. Oh. The emblem of Martha's Rest, personal fiefdom of the Golden Stables' indomitable landlady. To those with no love for the Empire, the settlement stands as an island of safety in a sea of anything but. Hell yeah. Alright. We've finally cleaned everything up. Yippee! It only took, you know, 3 hours. About that. God, the early parts of the game feel like so far away now. The frying pan thing, yeah. Oh no, we've been away from the hideout so long. We got loading screens again. Yeah. First things first. We walk up here. Is a callback to FF4. Oh, interesting. Back to the wall of stupid shit. The emblem of Martha's Rest, personal fiefdom and island. It shows the sleeping chocobo and the guardians and bearers of Rosaria can too rest easy, safe in the knowledge that they have a friend in Martha. The monk in that game gets clobbered over the head with one by his wife at some point. Crimson Caravan signboard. The emblem of the Crimson Caravans, porters of wide renown based in the market town of Boklad. It depicts a laden chocobo. After the death of her brother and confidant, Theodore, Eloise chose to continue the work they had begun together, freeing bearers from slavery, just as she had freed him so many years ago. Courage to fight, Martha. What happened in Eastpool with the bearers and the guardians has been a long time coming, and I'm proud that it could finally happen here in Rosaria. The duchy of old may be no more, but Archduke Elwin's dream still burns in the hearts of many, and it is through victories such as these that the fire will spread. It is only the beginning, Clive, but a fine beginning it is. Eloise. It's hard to believe Theo is gone. Every morning I wake up, I expect him to be there in the stables, watering the birds or readying the packs. Yet he is not, and it is everything I can do not to fall to my knees and weep. Still, I know I have to move on, but that doesn't mean I have to forget. My brother and I built all we have here together. As long as I still have the caravans, he will ever be with me. And I shall honor him in death by carrying on what he strove for in life. That is what I choose. Talabon maid. Thanks again for helping get the dungeon in order. Had you not rode gallantly to our rescue, I reckon poor Owain and them lot would still be stuck in Blightwater over a bonnet. Fucking God. Mid, please. There's always room for improvement, though, so don't get your knickers in a knot should I come a knocking at your chamber door looking for some more spheres in ash and whatnot. Oh, right, that was the thing for the science quest I did. Alright, we should also check the renown thing.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Yeah, we got something from there. Hi.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Ring of Swift Shot, lowest charge time.
You earned this.
0.2 seconds isn't a lot, but it does actually, it does charge relatively quickly.
All done?
I should go and see Blackthorn and see if I can make any of the shit, I got the recipes for. I know one of those things required orichalcum. Like, Goethe Drum...
Don't tell me we've run out of
something.
What's that for you, dear?
Okay, I can't build any of them yet. Dark Steel Primitive Battle Horn. Stone Tongue Comet Feather. Okay, so Comet Feather's probably from the red chocobo I can go and kill. Stained Loincloth.
That it? Fine.
I think there's only one hunt left at the moment, so I definitely can't progress that at the moment. Honestly, I do kind of wish they give you hunts more liberally, because I feel like there's only been one that's been over-leveled for me that was technically a challenge, because that dragon was, like, level 50 or some shit. I'm kind of surprised they haven't given me more that are, like, max level at this point. But, maybe we're, like, an MSQ quest or two away from being given, like, really big tasks.
I have no reason to assume otherwise.
Well, then that changes everything.
It does?
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, if you have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
Well, hang on, I still need to talk to Hippocrates about something else.
If it please your grace, might I one day...
Or not.
...borrow the chronicles? For a short while.
Of course, Lawsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
Moss is the most non-binary ass name I've heard in an FF game in a while. Yeah.
My apologies.
I need to pick a name that cannot possibly be interpreted as having any gender.
We're going and why.
What about fungus?
So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain.
You're absolutely right, newest girl.
Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gal. You know that.
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike.
Okay.
To stop anyone boarding.
Sure.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe.
Okay, that...
We'll be needing passage home,
yeah.
after all.
Fine. That's fine. But... it's more of a role that she's been given in other situations.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Yeah. Everything kind of fell off after Bahamut.
I am certain we will find what we seek in Ash, and learn the truth of Ultima's origins.
I will say, this division of people does make sense, though. Obviously, Clive, forward force. Joshua knows a lot about Ultima. We're not literally... Like, I think my read on the plan is, we're not heading to the kingdom yet. We're just making landfall, looking around for something that should tell us about Ultima, and then getting the fuck out of there. So, they do actually... Yeah, like, it's fine. Honestly, from the scene Primogenesis, it's been super shaky.
Split the sea.
Yeah.
I reckon we're better off not knowing.
That whole thing starts off the really shaky motivation and writing around Ultima, which is... Like, I haven't commented on it too much, because it's mostly been about, like, the motivations of all the characters and that, but I have to admit, the whole... And I did touch on it with the Joshua bit, but, like, it's really unclear what trapping Ultima in Joshua is even achieved. And, like, you're essentially talking about a god, so I don't think the influence is completely gone, but it feels like that has had no consequence so far. It was a ticking time bomb for a while, but now it hasn't come back up again in ages. It was meant to keep him away from Clive, but Clive still gets, like, haunted by Ultima, and Ultima still manages to communicate with Barnabas. So, like... okay, what did that do? Like, it's not... Unfortunately, it's not just limited to Jill. The writing for, like, the real broad kind of... And, like, the funny thing is, some of the writing for Ultima is bad, but it makes sense for an omnipotent being above humanity to have, like, really shaky reasoning to us. You know what I mean? So that did kind of fit, but with the rest of the writing around it being bad, I'm just kind of like, now, oh, I think the writing is just bad. But, yeah. Hi.
Is something wrong? Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
Oh, okay, that was just the impetus for that. They do not nail the pivot from political intrigue to world-ending threat, to say the least. Yes, I think that is... Yeah, that is the most objectively correct statement about this whole thing. Since, I want to say since... I think the cracks started appearing after Titan, to be honest. Like, the cracks in that particular bit. Because even when we were going toward Bahamut, we started getting more of Sleipnir and Odin, and a lot of monologuing about Ultima and that doesn't quite make sense. But then the more, like, since that scene, since the end of Titan, and we got more and more of those two, the Lord Commander and the King, it feels like the writing's been on shakier and shakier ground, because they did the groundwork to establish, like, a lot of the political intrigue, and it feels like they don't need to do it as... Well, it feels like the way they're doing it is with character writing for the world-ending threat, which, you know, that's perfectly fine. You can have a vague threat, and ultimately the character stuff is the most important part of that. But, the actual writing that's taking place isn't as solid. And once we start actually getting into narrative things that need to happen, it feels like the shaky character writing leads to a bad foundation for the rest of that, which ends up having it crumble even more. And it's a real shame because, like, I feel like the political stuff was over my head, but it was very clear what the motivations were. Like, right up until the battle with Hugo, it's very obvious what all of that is. And, you know, there's still shades of it when we confront Bahamut, because the whole thing there is Bahamut is driven mad by Ultima kind of, like, playing the political game and forcing him into a corner with the use of Clive's mother. And there's still political fallout from that, but it's when a lot of the shakier writing starts to appear, and then it starts falling off precipitously from there, because then, like, what happens after Bahamut? What's the things that immediately happen after Bahamut? We try to continue building the ship, I think, with Mid, and that leads us to the battle against, the battle against the Lord Commander the first time, which leads to the Jill Odin fight, which, yeah, and just from there it's been a huge drop where, like, all the side quest content that gets to live off the original world building and political world building and stuff like that, mwah, top notch, awesome. The world-ending threat is the backdrop to the furtherance of all of those, and that is honestly something that works really well. The world-ending threat is kind of, like, looming, but it's not the actual matter in all of those side quests. Whereas, whenever we're dealing with the actual intersection between the political intrigue in terms of the Kingdom of Volud and the world-ending threat is when things start to be all shaky. Because we have, like, character writing that is shaky at best, we have narrative beats that don't make sense, or that are, like, really... I dislike heavily. I guess that's the best way to put it. And ultimately, like, a lot of really confusing things about, like, Ultima specifically, and, like, the actual stakes in the matter. Yeah, it's not good. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break here, grab some more water, and when we come back, let's see what gameplay we get to do in the Blighted Lands. Yippee! I'm back. Alright, Twitter. God! Fucking the Cure shirt. That's good. I like that. Oh, there we go. Alright. Let's see what awaits us at the Shadow Coast. The land long having fallen victim to the spreading blight, now even the most meager of scrub struggles to draw life from the ether-drained cliffs that loom above the barren coastline. I'm surprised we're on this side of the little, like, continent border. Because that tells me that this is just an area that's entirely blighted, which our magic shouldn't work for, so... What exactly is the thing here? And there are, like, a couple of signs of life here, but...
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Wait, they are going to the capital? Wait, hold on. Wasn't the point of this... I didn't think we were heading straight for the capital. I thought we were scouting things out first. Fuck, I may have missed that.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Yeah, actually.
Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
Oh! Fucking... You couldn't have brought this up with when this got put toward Jill? This is why you...
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Bro! Fuck you!
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Why? I don't know, man. Like, I genuinely don't get why Jill isn't... Like, Jill is... Like, Joshua's absolutely right, but I would aim that problem at the goddamn writing, not Clive. Because, like... Yeah, you set up Jill to just kind of be okay with that, but I don't think she needs to be. I think she can have as much of an issue as Joshua does, and my particular reading of Jill is that she should be more aware of what it means to burden one person with all that power. All of them are in that situation. Like... Oh my god, dude.
Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Also, like, where are we? Isn't this blighted territory? Why can I still use my magic here? But I just... Why does this only get asked after Jill gives up her powers? Like, I don't understand why we can't have that conversation with Jill. I genuinely don't. What is the... I feel like Joshua and Jill would both be on the same page on this. I don't understand why we forced it into a situation where Jill's trust in Clive is, like, in writing specifically, exploited by Clive to get more power. Like, the discussion about whether or not this should happen with the person that you're about to give powers over to. Josh doesn't have this discussion with Clive to discuss whether he should be giving up his powers, only critiquing Clive for getting Jill's. So why don't we give Jill the agency to ask... Oh my god, dude. And the worst part is, this clearly shows they're aware of that. That this isn't like they skipped over it or badly reasoned it or anything like that. No, the reason is trust. But like... Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Fucking dog shit, man. Yeah, exactly. I would have killed for a scene with Joshua and Jill arguing about the eventuality of Clive getting Shiva's power. Exactly. Because, like, and the funny thing is, the person that's bringing this up is a person whose powers we already mechanically have. So the argument doesn't actually have any weight to it, because the decision has already been made, and we're just looking back in hindsight of like, oh yeah, maybe it wasn't the best idea to do that. Motherfucker, do not write your story where all your characters are doing that thinking in hindsight. Fuck me! Oh my god!
Run like the wind.
Like, oh yeah, Clive, it was really shit that you took Jill's powers and abused her trust to do that. I say to the fucking writers. God.
Remember what I said?
Like, I'm sorry. Hang on, I can't get over this. You can't just point out a flaw in your own writing and reasoning and lampshade that with a character saying, like, hey, you shouldn't be doing that, but oh well, I guess that's fine because you really believe it's true. Like... Fuck.
Welcomes, Gav.
Fuck.
This place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
Where did we just enter? Ulftar. Oh boy.
Thanks, girl.
I knew I smelled something. I see only orcs and caching.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
Oh, that was... Oh. Damn. Okay, that might have been overkill. The unwillingness of this game to have any scenes without Clive in them after the reunion is absurd. Or, like, yeah, like, everything is Clive, 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 and we don't think about how that actually affects the narrative, or, like, what that says about the characters when we force it to be about Clive every single time. Like, Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Fuck. Excuse me, coming through. Well. Yeah, that was very silly, newest girl. But I do appreciate that, like, they've set up the mechanics in such a way that that really didn't matter. Like, it didn't invalidate the attack animation that was happening. In fact, the fact that I was doing magic damage specifically after that, like, broke the shield entirely. But yeah, like, I just... This does to some extent also affect Joshua. Actually, let me... Because I want at least some audio behind me and not just my voice. This does extend to Joshua a bit too, where, like, there are moments here and there where it really doesn't feel like he's consulted on it, or we don't really get his feelings on a lot of it. But, like, that it's a lesser problem because generally the things he's directly involved with are, like, plot important and not just part of other narrative beats. But, like, Jill... First of all, Jill, in terms of, like, the core narrative, isn't as important as Clive and Josh, which... That's not a bad thing, necessarily. But that means you have to be extra careful about what you do end up writing there, because otherwise you end up in situations where Jill gets, like, put aside for the majority of the game, right? So even if this does extend to Joshua to some degree, it doesn't affect his character nearly as much.
The royalists.
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
Also, like, genuinely, what is going on here? This is all blighted land, right? Why am I able to use my shit here? Does it get bad once we get further inland? Or, like, what's going on? Like, I see greenery and shit here, too. Did they just, like, color in too much of the continent with the blight? Like, I swear to God, if we're rewriting what the blight does, too, at this point, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Aye, aye.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slathering
Wait!
monsters.
Wait, no, we are going for Drake's Spine. Wait. We're leaving Jill behind from... Oh my fucking god, dude. That's it. She's out. She's fridged.
You must go on ahead without me.
What?
This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own. Of course.
Yeah, wow. You know what? It would have been really handy if we had, I don't know, a third person who was able to kind of wield some modicum of magic, who might be able to protect Joshua as much as Joshua can protect himself. Like, if only there was a character that also had iconic powers that could help with that particular situation. Yeah, skill with a rapier, I mean, a weapon of some kind. Like, the important thing is that, like, their whole thing is that they're like, a dominant. If we had another dominant that could look over Josh, because Clyde can handle himself. Clyde can handle himself and look after Gav. That's easy. But, like, yeah, if only there was someone else that could look over Joshua to make sure he's alright, that, you know, might have had... Where's Dion? Exactly. Where is Dion? Sure, like, he's around, right? He doesn't have a rapier, he has a spear, but, like, yeah, he's a trained soldier. Surely that would work. Like, I don't know. I feel stupid. I feel really stupid. I feel really stupid right now for having to point out that something so obvious. I genuinely do not understand what the logic is of keeping Jill on the ship when we were going to have Joshua walk off on his own. Other than Joshua needs to be in a vulnerable situation to be taken by Ultima or the King. Like, I feel like this is what this is getting to, and honestly, if we're doing this again, that we're leaving someone...
Lady Vivian's map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called Eastla.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Oh, so we're gonna have, like, a reasonably quick turnaround with... Okay. Interesting. If he's just spending minutes there. I mean, I still think my argument stands that, like, hey, it'd be cool if, like, Jill was here to at least, like, help Joshua. Because, like, Like, as much as the ship needs protection, I think your brother also needs protection, Clive. Two icons are better than one.
Ugh, this place reeks like a moble's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
Thanks, Gav. Awesome imagery. Yeah, it sure is a good thing that we took away Jill's powers right before they would have been fucking useful. I'm never getting over this. I think this writing is atrocious at this point. It's fucked, man. Oh, come on, Ambrosia. Sorry, what was that, Gav? Oh, slimes. Ugh. Oh, God. Fuck off.
Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal.
Damn.
That must be Aistla.
Yeah, Torgal. I don't think the dog is the problem. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, no, that reads. I like that. It's like, yeah, Torgal, don't look down. I see blue shit around, but I don't see an ether flood. Honestly, it's been confusing a few times when there's, like, clearly, like, Akashic or, like, general blue particle effects around. It's been unclear whether that's suggesting an ether flood or something else. The Kingdom of Walud's main battle forces, also known as the King's Guard. At Ultima's instruction, King Barnabas supplemented his ranks with orcs, creating a hybrid force which he duly dispatched to wreak havoc across Valisthea. After the casting of Primogenesis, however, the better part of the King's army was doomed to end their days as mindless Akashic thralls. Awesome! The otherworldly being behind much of the tragedy and turmoil that has plagued Valisthea and the creature King Barnabas of Walud worships as his god. Ultima requires a vessel in which to inculcate his disembodied soul, and Clive's curious ability to absorb the powers of other icons suggests that he is the very mythos that Ultima has long awaited. He wills Clive to absorb the other icons that his vessel might be perfected.
What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap.
Kill them all! Let Ultima sort them out. I mean, wait, no, hold on. We're not meant to be working with that guy.
You think all the villages in Ash are like this?
A question for later, Gap. Here they come!
And come, and come, and come.
Oh, god damn it. Ah. Oh my god. It's simple, Gav. Just don't get hit. Oh my god, the fucking...
That's better.
Oh, hi.
Nice try.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, never mind. Get wrecked. Oh! Hi, fella. I don't think we faced one of you before. I just used all my burst. Fuck.
It isn't over yet. Of course it bloody isn't.
Oh, okay, that didn't work. Oh. No, don't lose it. Nice. Did they give him Giga Flare and Tekken? That's crazy.
Gav. Gav!
Don't
What?
tell me there's more of the bastards.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah? Oh! Yeah?
Have you come to watch, Odin?
Bound for Stonehill. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this!
Oh, game, no. You killed that Ragnarok. Oh. Yeah? Oh no, the game is dying. What the fuck?
What did you do?
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Okay, so give me your power then.
Shit! No!
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
Uh-oh.
Oh, you've got to be. How are we supposed to get through that?
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
Are we just doing away with the blight absorbing all magic? Is that just no longer a factor here for convenience sake? Like, literally, it feels like this should actually be happening here. On, like, the little bit of coast that does actually have, like, not blight on it. I'm genuinely confused why all of this shit is happening. I didn't even think Wait, could icons... Are icons meant to be able to use their powers in the Blighted Lands? I know, like, I know in previous sections we've been disallowed from using any magic stuff in those places, and we seem to be in a place like that right now. Unless it's, like, dark for another reason, but... yeah.
I thought we got them all.
When more waypoints activate? Okay. That wasn't a scream. Oh.
Please. Please. Please, no.
Miss. Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, alright?
Who? My thanks, kind travelers.
Forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arcade. One by one, people went mad, minds taken by the ether, till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run, and then the nights came, and I didn't know what to do.
And this, Arcade is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Drawn east to the tower, to Reverie. The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
Then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out. This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
Is that blood or rust under the door? There it is. Bahamut, Odin, Titan.
Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here. But
Leviathan mention?
where is the Phoenix?
Combined with Ifrit, it would explain the wings. Yeah.
By the Founder. So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
So that's how it's gonna be then?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
What?
I must do this alone.
Gav, you're not
If I don't
standing
return,
up to
you're
fucking
find
Odin, my
Joshua
dude.
and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
Gav really being the next in line for the name? It's a good question, actually. The Edge of Infinity. Oh my god. Oh, do we get a second point on the map then? Okay, so we started off here and then probably made our way. Okay, yeah. 'Cause I was gonna say, like, that's really odd that we're starting here and not, like, in here. Because generally these lines have dictated, like, where the open world boundaries are. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, newest girl. But yeah, that's really strange that we started off... Like, is there a problem starting off here? I genuinely don't understand that. That's usually been a pretty indicative barrier for what we can actually see, but... Yeah. Okie dokie. We haven't gotten any side quests while we've been away, have we? Doesn't look like it. Where the fucking... Oh, right. Back down this way and out.
If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And so will I.
Oh, that's cute. Jesus. So close to my 14th, level 114. God damn. I dropped off on leveling shit in 14. I think because honestly, the discourse around 14 got tiring and I just needed a fucking break. And then, just a whole bunch of other shit got my interest. I started writing a lot more. Like, I really should get back to it. Discourse, like my beloved. Yeah, exactly. Like, it hasn't ruined the game for me, but I just need, like, a break from it for a bit. I'm still subbed and I poke around every now and then. I did, think about doing, like, or getting EX3 done in Party Finder. And I actually had a good couple of nights, but again, my nights have been writing mostly since then, so... I really hope we're not getting into a long sequence here and that it's going to tell me to do a dungeon or something here, because, like, I got to put a couple of hours into it chaotic. That seems also really fun. And it sounds like it's also, like, hope they keep making them forever. Yeah, from what I saw, they've, like, they're incentivized, or they're making it so incentivized, or grabbing new players into groups is actually beneficial to everyone. Like, first-time bonuses, but on steroids. So, like, I hope that continues, because that seems like a good system, but I also wonder what happens when when the amount of new players, like, runs out, you know? It could be, you could make it such that, oh, hang on. This might be actual blight here. Can I, yeah, hold on. 1 second. Oh. Glasheim Wall. Because they could make it such that, like, okay, has this person cleared in a while? Then they get the first time bonus. Kind of like returning players. The rewards without first time bonuses are a little more than an extreme. Yeah. But also, I think that's why there's the DC bonus. Yeah, and that DC bonus doesn't seem that, like, pales in comparison to the new player thing, where you can get it wrapped up in 2 if you're just in new groups, as opposed to later on when there's fewer new players around. I don't know. I feel like there's still also to prevent party finder dying everywhere but Aether. Yeah, true. I feel like there's a bit of tweaking to that system needed to make it really work, but I don't disagree with, like, the aim of it, if that makes sense. The Arche. The dark, ill-omened skies unleashed when Ultima brought about Primogenesis. The word Arche is used only on Ash, where the coming of the cursed skies has long been foretold as a harbinger of the end of all things. A vast ethereal dome created by King Barnabas Thamir, I forget how to pronounce that, using the power of the icon Odin. It is not only capable of repelling assaults both corporeal and magical, but will also consume any who might endeavor passage across its boundaries. Spanning from the mining settlement of Estla in the south to Fig's Calm in the north, the barrier effectively blocks any approach to the Waluda capital of Stonehere. Stonehere for hundreds of leagues. And then Reverie. An impossibly tall tower in the central of Wulud that seems to pierce the very heavens. The few followers of the Circle of Malleus remaining on Ash believe it to have been built by the gods, who would one day pass their final judgment from its heights. It has long been considered hallowed ground, whereupon mere mortals fear to tread. No weekly lockout, 7:30 gear is a hell of an incentive. That is true. But again, like, it's not forever. It's actually a good amount of desirable rewards. Yeah.
This is it, boy.
Oh boy. But, and that's going back into the Blight. Yeah, I don't know if an hour is going to be enough for this. I feel like this might be a time to call it. Check in the hideaway and see if there's anything there, but I think this might be where we wrap it up for the day, because... Yeah, I imagine there's a, you know... Were this 14, I'd get the warning for cutscenes and whatnot, so, like... Yeah. Oh, of course, there'd be hunts on Ash. Although I don't know who's reporting them, but hey. Pandemonium. Those few souls who were able to escape from Ash before the skies changed tell of Pandemonium, the king of the Orcs who led his fellow beastmen in revolt against Waluda rule. Though his rebellion was swiftly crushed by King Barnabas' armies, many of the Orcs who now roam the Twins, sating their appetite... Though his rebellion was swiftly crushed by King Barnabas' armies, many of the Orcs who now roam the Twins, sating their appetite for human flesh, bear his markings, suggesting that he still commands his forces today. That might be where we get the bloody loincloth, too. I think we can do that. I don't know where that's going to be, but... I expect 1 to 2 hours to do everything story-wise with this sequence. Yeah, so, like, I think we'll save that for next time, but we'll finish off with a hunt. I'm fine with that. FF16 Pandemonium location. Shadow Coast, head up the only path for the quickest route to Pandemonium. Okay. Oh, hold on. I need you, and I need you. I'm gonna guess probably there. We accidentally run into Joshua here.
Run like the wind.
God, imagine if, like, all I had to do to accidentally find Pandemonium was end up walking around here. Fucking... Oh my god. Bro! Bird. Bird, please. Alright, practically at the end. Yeah, that would have been very funny if I just ran into an S rank walking around here. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. With all the graces of a drunk toddler. True! Hi, friend. You look like you got a nice chunky hitbox. What level are you?
Oh, look. It's the king of the castle.
Nope. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Nice try.
Oh, fuck. It was a bit earlier in the thing for that. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck, I wasn't ready. Damn it! Melt, motherfucker! Alright, yeah, not bad. Yo, that really is on fire in my laser. God. Oh god. You sneaky fuck. God damn it.
Well done, Torgal. Let's try.
Oh. Oh, God. Fuck. Oh, I missed that entirely. God damn. Oh, there it is. Stained loincloth. Modesty is not a trait that comes to mind when one thinks of an orc, so it is a mystery why they bother to wear a loincloth at all, when the thin strips of cloth only afford nominal protection, and leave naught to the imagination. There are some scholars, however, who argue that they are vestiges from when the creatures were more civilized and serve as proof of a devotion to the species. Or proof of a devolution of the species. Cool.
Your reign is at an end.
That's awesome that we just, like... Fuck, man. I know that's not the point of the story, but god damn it, why are we just using beastmen as shorthand for beasts? Fucking... Come on, man. What the fuck? We didn't learn nothing from 14. Why is the orc's loincloth a key crafting ingredient, Lamau? Probably because of the materials. I don't know, ask Blackthorn. I don't know. He was the one that was asking for it.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
There it is. I think all of them needed something different, right? Stone tongue, comet feather. And dark steel, primitive, battle hall. Yeah. Oh, shit, no. No, it's not it. I wanted to actually forge one of those.
Should last you a good while.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be able to improve on that. It seems like one of the unique items you can get.
Anything else?
Sweet. Awesome. Is there anything else to... Oh, we should talk to Hippocrates. He needs to smell the orc's balls to properly craft you the sons of Ouroboros or something. Yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna ask. Master Craftsmen can do whatever the fuck they want.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
I'm not here to King Shane Blackthorn. Yeah, exactly.
Now this, I believe you will find most interesting.
Southwestern Alliance, Zemeckis, the Bank of Gilbard the Great Lender, the Triunity of 859, Magitech? A term that appears in early histories of the fallen civilization and describes their highly advanced magical technology, of which the airship is the best known example. They also produce weapons all but indistinguishable from living beings, yet whose destructive power rivaled that of the gods of legend. The early chroniclers labeled these beasts the iconoclasts. Yeah, and it is from this term that the icons of the present day take their moniker. Interesting.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Iconoclasts? That's interesting. Is it? Mural intact. A religious image of the circle of Malleus, an ancient faith that worshipped Ultima. It depicts the icons arranged in adoration of a central figure thought to be Ultima himself, the god that rules above them all. The image is found across Valisthea, but it was only on encountering a fully intact copy deep beneath ash that Joshua discovered that the phoenix does not appear among the icons depicted.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
Now, kids, you both can ride the Enterprise. Once they're back from the war. Alright, we're gonna wrap it up here. Yeah, awesome. I hate the writing in this game. I hate it. It's bad. This back half has been, like, really bad at, like, continuing plot line, or not like general plot lines. It's stumbled a bit in terms of the broad narrative, but man, they fumble Jill so fucking hard here. Like, it's actually incredible because, like, I really think, like, we talked about it before, and I iterated it multiple times. Narratively, I think it would have made a lot more sense for Shiva to be the last one to give up her power as, like, a symbol of, like, okay, I trust, like, you know, where it's down to the wire, we're not sure if this is going to work, and it's been inevitable that we think Clive's going to give her powers over to, well, sorry, that Clive is going to take powers from Jill, to whatever degree they're actually taken, and that, you know, like I've been sitting here like, oh god, I wonder how we get Shiva's powers. And, like, the problem is that the narrative only acknowledges that after Jill's powers have been taken, and it does the taking in the most trite way possible by with that. And then it specifically calls out that, hey, that's kind of shit, but then just moves on like, oh, I guess it's done and Clive believes in himself, so it's fine for him to just... Like, this is one of those problems where the writers don't give their characters enough agency. Because I feel like Clive, Joshua, and Jill should all have a discussion about, like, okay, well, like, what happens when we take your powers? And I think that would have been interesting in two ways, because it puts into people's minds, oh shit, like, we are going to take Jill's powers at some point, but, like, that probably needs to be considered, that needs to have weight to it. When we take those powers is considered. And then Joshua is also like, oh yeah, obviously he's going to take my powers, but then they come to the revelation with the mural, and they're like, oh, wait a minute. Wait, does that mean, because we already fused, does that mean we fuse to become Ultima? Or can you still take... Can you more completely take Phoenix's powers? Huh. And that would have, like, yeah, there would have been a bit of intrigue there in terms of, like, what it actually means. But it never feels like the characters actively wrestle with Clive's abilities taking powers until the very last minute, and until after probably the most important person's powers are taken. Like, it's really frustrating for them to see them actually think of that, but not write it in a way where the characters acknowledge any of that before we get to the point that it really matters. Yeah, I just... And now she's been fridged. Like, she's defending the ship, which, like, the ship needs to be defended, fair enough. But, like... We didn't try to reach out... Dion is probably elsewhere and needs to be there for narrative reasons, fine. But, like, we also need a good set of people with heads on their shoulders and magic, presumably, to survive in Waloed. So it would make sense to take Jill, and then maybe have the ship back off even further to be completely out of harm's way. Or far further out of harm's way than they otherwise would have been. And that's where, like, maybe they could actually call on Dion, and maybe Dion swoops in to save the day at some point, because, like, they didn't hear back from him, and we can't not take Jill, because if Joshua wants to traipse off other places, we need someone else to look after him. And clearly, Joshua's in a bad way, because he's now keeled over again. Suddenly the Ultima clock is back again. I think... I don't think any amount of writing can save this section post what's been happening. Like, I don't think there's a way you can write this convincingly to me where you end up with, like, redeeming this particular section of the story. I just think it's not good. It really just kind of, like, wastes a lot of potential with writing about Clive being in the position he's in, traveling with people who are dominants, right? Like, there hasn't, like, because one of the big things seems to be, if you read into it, that Clive doesn't really control often when he takes powers from people. And maybe, you know, Jill and Clive, once they're traveling together, have a conversation early on, like, okay, so, like, can you stop yourself from doing that? Like, do I have to make sure I'm not, like, touching you, or you're not touching me? Like, how the fuck does that work? But there's, like, no discussion about it. It's treated entirely as the narrative mechanic than it is, like, a real-world thing that Clive, Jill, and then eventually Joshua needs to deal with. I can't believe this game wasn't about building a coalition of dominance. I mean, yeah. I feel like for a couple of them, I don't think that makes sense, right? Hugo, I think in particular, although I guess Hugo hates Sid already, and their interpersonal struggles. Yeah, or at the very least, not doing that with Jill and Joshua and Clive.
I can ride the Enterprise next.
Quiet, kids. Yeah, like, there's just so much more that could have been gotten out of these ways, but it feels like we went with the, nah, if you get your powers taken, you're either dead or disposed to the narrative. And, like, Dion is clearly, like, let's be clear, whatever has happened to Dion is the thing that's happened to Jill. And it's unclear if Dion is even capable of, wielding his powers again. Right? Like, we know that Hugo and Benedicta did continue to use their powers to some degree, though only when they lost control or had copious amounts of ether. Sid died immediately after. Dion was, like, gravely injured during the Bahamut fight. And then we haven't seen Jill in the story. So effectively, narratively speaking, when Clive takes your powers away, you're gone. You're out of the narrative. But, like, that's never treated as a thing that the people in the story need to deal with or consider. Right? Like, Joshua, like, no one steps in to intervene when Dion's powers are getting sucked into Clive. Which seems like, that seems like the first opportunity that someone should have been like, whoa, we don't want this to happen, right? Like, it's good for Clive to get more powerful, but what happens to Dion? That seems like a concern. But no, they just let it happen. Yeah, I really don't like this aspect of the story. It's, it feels like it's trying to wrap up each of their stories with their powers getting taken. And Dion's clearly going to continue on, and Jill will be in the story, at least standing there. Don't know if anything else is going to happen, but... Yeah, I think regardless of how this game ends up sticking the landing, like, there's going to be more hype moments, right? There's going to be a lot more hype moments. I know it. The fight with Odin is probably going to be really satisfying. Whatever happens in between then and Ultima is probably going to be satisfying. We've got DLC that we've got to concern ourselves with too, that's... I don't know what that's... Like, the only thing I know about the DLCs is that Omega appears in one of them, but, like, I don't fucking know how much that really is anything, or much of anything, you know? Yeah, I just... The action side of things, I have a lot of faith in, because it's worked really well up until this point. I don't know if they're gonna surpass Bahamut, but we'll see. Yeah, but in terms of, like, the character writing and the, like, the world-ending threat side of the narrative, like, it's a shambles, dude. It's not good. It doesn't balance its, what am I trying to say? It doesn't wield its characters very well on that side of things. The shit that's happening with Ultima is super confusing and often, like, hand-wavy in terms of the limits of, like, certain people's powers and shit like that. It's not good. But yeah. We will have to wait to confront Odin and have some hype and hopefully have, like, the narrative pick up a bit next time. So yesterday I signed off like I was like, oh yeah, you might not see me until the new year, despite the fact I was absolutely going to stream today. I don't know why I did that. This might actually be the last stream before the new year, though. So there's Monday, and then it's Tuesday, and then Wednesday's New Year's Day. So, like, I don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of days. I think definitely I'll look back. I'll want to start streaming for 16 again. Probably Thursday, Friday. We'll probably have some stuff on the weekend too, plus 14. Yeah, I'm probably just going to play it by ear. I'm probably going to do just whenever I want. I may not schedule it specifically. If I have, like, a really, like, low-key morning, I might just do it anyway, but yeah. Yeah, my main goal is I want to try and get through a lot of 16 before I'm back at work. So I've got, like, a week and a half, essentially, from here. And Monday, I'm probably not going to be streaming. Tuesday, I know Luca's going to start Shadowrun at some point. I don't know if that's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. I might jump in for that. I don't know if she's doing anything for New Year's. I might jump in for that, too. But yeah, besides that, I think the guaranteed next thing is going to be either Thursday or Friday for me. We'll see how it goes. But, yeah. Mechanically, I'm still really satisfied. I'm still, you know, like, it's still throwing tools at me that I like to use, and you can see that through the use of, like, all the fucking colors in my, ability set at the moment. It's just, like, is that every icon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I've got one thing from every icon on my bars at the moment, which, like, yeah, props where it's due. Like, a lot of this stuff I still, like, really like using. I kind of wish there was more. No Ifrit. Oh, yeah, I suppose that's true. Well, Ifrit had, what is it? Ignition and Will-O-Wisps? I think that was it? Oh, yeah, and Limit Break. Yeah, Will-O-the-Wikes, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't taken that out for a spin either, despite the fact I put points into it. But yeah. I guess like, the non-Ifrit stuff I've definitely used a lot of. Or at least, like, something from everyone. But yeah, like, there's definitely difficult choices, and as much as I say, like, I would love to have access to more abilities at one time, I do like also being kind of put in a rock and a hard place and really, really thinking through, okay, I have a certain amount of ability points, and I have a certain amount of ability slots. What do I want to use? I use the Ifrit Armor a bunch. Yeah, I should probably give it a shot. I just, yeah, haven't much yet. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm going to spend these points on, honestly. So I don't really use the taunt. I'm probably not going to use the taunt all that much. Yeah, like, at this point of the game, I've, like, optimized my points to a point that I've got everything I need upgraded as much as I can. Well, actually, that's not true. I could still pour points into this to master it and put it on anything. But I think every other thing I use, limit break upgrades, I got all of them. I got the 4 gauges. So yeah, like, it's kind of it. I'm like maxed out, essentially. I've even put points into stuff that I'm not using anymore, which, like, save for Odin, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there's, like, points I can pull off Will of the Wikes and Ignition that I can, like, pour into that anyway. So, like, even then, like, I'm not even, I definitely don't have, concerns about, like, points there, but,
No,
yeah.
she didn't.
Oh, right. The kids. Yeah, so, sometime during the week I'll resume 16. It might be completely randomly. I'll try and say if I've got a solid plan in, but yeah, honestly, it might just be whenever, so yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. I don't think anyone's streaming, from memory. Interested in your thoughts on Odin's kit whenever we get there. Yeah, I'm, like, just from, like, in conception, I'm not really sure what that kit's gonna look like. Yeah, no one's really streaming. Alright. Yeah, like, I like, Zantetsuken is the obvious one, and probably the only thing I've actually seen in terms of, like, you know, marketing material and that. But, like, what his powers are actually going to involve. Yeah. You see why I like it pretty quick? Cool. I guess we'll find out then. But yeah, that'll be for another day. Hopefully, hopefully mid to early this week. But, you know, we'll see what other people are doing. But yeah, that's where we'll leave it for now. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time. Mid-mish. Fuck.